sunlight getting in my way. Close your eyes and wish that it were cool. Every day I wish I could be back the other way. Hell is coming. I said hell is coming. Hell is coming. I said hell is coming. 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 I said hell is coming. Hell is coming. I said hell is coming. Hell is How did you know that I lived in a desperate world? How could you dream that we were all made out of stone? What is the truth? What is the faithful lasting proof? What is the central theme to this everlasting spoof? Knock on my windows, pick up the chain. It's gotta be easy, no splinters, no pain. It's Cadillac rainbows and lots of spaghetti. I love meatballs, so you better get ready. I'm going down to the central part of town. I'm going down to the central part of town. I'm going down the central part of town. I'm going down to the central part of town. Hell is coming. I said hell is coming. Hell is coming. I said hell is coming. Hell is coming. Hell is coming. Hell is coming. Did I do? And don't be blaming me, my kazoo. For everything I do to know the story, and everything I do to believe it. Everything I say to get the title, but when they use it on me, I reject it. What would you do if you hit my daddy shoe? What would you say if it was naturally for you? How would you feel if it rained up in your shoe? How would you like to have your thick strawberry gum? I'm sitting down, it's a glorious feeling. To make a big difference in the body's feeling. Even wrong state, it can't shine my shoes. And I know inside it's got some fun. I'm going down to the central part of town. I'm going down to the central part of town. I'm going down. I'm going down. feel the soles of my feet on the pavement, and I reach out my hands and touch the building that's beside me. I look into the air up above my head, thin layer of clouds in the open sky. All the stars are handles on doors. If I could touch them with my fingers, they would open up. And a sea of love, ruby waves would pour down on my head. An ocean of love would carry me up from this prison of lies. If I could touch the stars with my fingertips, the doors would open all around me. Gonna escape from this prison of lies and swim in the ocean up above my head. When I die, I'll turn into a tiny ball of energy. It goes flipping and floating up into the sky. Bounce off the stars like a pinball machine. Look around, all the lights on the machine are flashing till they explode and the particles join up with the sea of love. Ruby waves pouring down on my head. So much. The better I said to myself, and drawn quite close to the top of the shelf. I struggled with destiny upon the ledge. You gasp when defeated, he slipped off the edge. And silence contagious in moments like these. Consume me and strengthen my will to appease. Passion that sparked me one terrible night. It shocked and persuaded my soul to reject. It shocked and persuaded my soul to reject. It persuaded my soul to my soul to reject. It persuaded my soul to my soul to reject. It persuaded my soul to reject.
Okay, all right, let's do it. Let's talk about it. This weekend, what was happening? Well, Trump was getting booed and screamed at a Commanders football game, and the shutdown deal happened. And you've probably seen a lot of this, but you haven't heard it from me, so stick around as we go through the details of this. Trump went to a Commanders game. I saw someone say, as a Commanders fan, I was watching and thought the game couldn't possibly get worse, and then Trump showed up on screen. Ooh. Here was him. Crowd didn't like it. Lots of screaming, lots of booing, flipping off, etc.
Welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, as the President swears in the seats of our United States military.
Okay, then you have this.
So help me God.
Okay, so
I thought he was about to sing the national anthem. I was excited.
Oh, shit. Okay, then you have this.
So help me God.
Okay, so
I thought he was about to sing the national anthem. I was excited.
Oh, shit. Can you see? I'd love to hear him sing. You have this. Look at this. Everyone loves Trump. Then one other shot. Just soak it up. Whatever. The only thing that could unite the Lions fans and the Commanders fans. Isn't that beautiful? Is there something beautiful about that? Is there opposition to Trump? Now, every time he goes to a sports game and gets booed, people post this. This is so funny to me. They post this clip of Obama just doing the charisma that he does, you know? Say what you will about Obama. No one waves at a game like he does. Or walks down Air Force One stairs. Even Trump admitted that. You remember? He's like, Obama will go pop, 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 pop down the stairs.
Very special guest, former President.
Oh, yeah. I love that. They'll sort of like, wait, me? Who me? Is this about me? I mean, I guess. Okay. So, as that was happening, we were getting news that some Democrats caved. Now, we've been getting emails into the show and people discussing who are impacted by the shutdown, just how bad it's getting. And so I really want us to get out of it, and we are about to. And when I lay out what it is that Democrats agreed to, it feels like it begs the question, what was this for then? Why were you not voting to fund the government before if you're just going to hand everything over to Republicans now? What were all those days for? So we'll get to that, but a big part of the plan, I'll explain now, is so the ACA subsidies was a big sticking point. We want to get an extension of the ACA subsidies so that premiums don't spike. And other demands, but that became the central one that was like, we'll do it if you can give us this. So what did Democrats get? 8 Democrats. They got a pinky swear, but a very strong pinky swear. Now, I've recently had experience with some pinky swears. We've talked about on the bonus show, some personal stuff. And people don't keep the pinky swears, okay? That's what I've learned. So Democrats should have taken notes from my life. John Fetterman, these are the Democrats. Angus King, Catherine Cortez Masto, Jackie Rosen, Dick Durbin, Jean Shaheen, Maggie Hassan, Tim Kaine. These are some cool names, though. Angus King and Jean Shaheen. Now that's clean. Okay, so they move forward this resolution. It'll most likely get through, and then the House, and then Trump will sign it. And what's the promise? In return, Democrats have been promised a December floor vote on extending the expiring Affordable Care Act premium tax credits, though it's not guaranteed to pass. Well, we will give you a vote probably in December, maybe. And will it pass? Who knows? So then what was all of this for? Seems pretty ludicrous in my estimation. So then you have to wonder, if the Senate is guaranteeing, why wouldn't they do the vote? Why wouldn't it be in the thing? You could pass it right then and there as a part of the funding. Okay, unbelievable. But we don't even know if similar commitments have been made in the House, but the House doesn't need any Democrats. It was only the Senate that needed Democratic votes. And they didn't even get Mike Johnson to confirm that it would get passed on the House. So passing on the Senate does nothing if it's not passed in the House. And we don't even know if it passes the Senate. Look at Mike Johnson got asked about this. Watch his reaction.
Going to get a lot of my own questions answered later today, so stay tuned for more. Thanks so much.
Walked away. What was this reporter saying at the end?
Hey.
Yeah, he didn't take any questions at his press conference. Not much conferencing with the press at the press conference. So he's not even committing. And just a few days ago, he said this.
He's offered them a vote. You know what they told him in response? No, we need you to guarantee the outcome of that vote. Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That can't be done.
House is funded from the Senate. Will you assure the House members that they'll get a vote? House Democrats, they'll get a vote on ACA subsidies by a date certain?
No, because we did our job, and I'm not part of the negotiation. The House did its job on September 19th.
He said, no, we won't guarantee a vote. We won't guarantee the outcome of the vote. So we won't just agree to passing the ACA subsidies. We definitely won't roll back our Medicaid cuts. So all the stuff that Democrats were fighting for. And we won't even guarantee that we'll give them a vote in the House to at least put Republicans on the record voting for spikes in premiums. Then look at this, Manu Raju going up to Mike Johnson. While you watch it, please do click the subscribe button if you appreciate this show. All it takes is a click, but it means a lot to us and getting the word out about this show.
Mr. Speaker, can you guarantee whatever, if a bill passes that Senate on ACA, you'll give it a vote in the House?
Look, we're going to do in the House what we always do. That is a deliberative process. I mean, we get find consensus on whatever the proposal is. As you know.
So he's just saying, well, no, we can't guarantee anything. Ezra Klein even wrote a piece, What Were Democrats Thinking? You have a top Senate Democrat. I think this was Dick Durbin. Cool name too, but bad choice here. Dick. Acknowledging that the deal to end the shutdown relies on GOP leader keeping his word. Okay, so let me just remind you, yesterday I illustrated this point by saying that Jaden and I had more reason to trust a thief who had stolen something off of our doorstep. We chased him down. He said, I put the stuff over in an alleyway over there. I'll go get it and y'all just stay here. left and didn't come back. Obviously, we were being very naive and we didn't get the stuff back. And I still think that guy was more trustworthy than the Republicans are. So why we're taking their word on this, I don't know. Let me use a different example. This is something I've told maybe on the bonus show. I don't know if I've ever shared it to everyone else. I got scammed by a fake baby mama. All right, this is Luke a few minutes in the future, and just prepare yourself because for the next few minutes, I'm going to keep saying baby mama in this story instead of sugar mama, fake sugar mama, which is what I meant to say. And it sounds like I'm saying something very different. I do not mean baby mama. I mean sugar mama. Let's go. I did. It's true. When I was younger, much younger, just a kid, and I was living in LA. I needed money. Someone reached out. They said, hey, I want to be your baby mama. And I said, no, of course not. My body is not for sale. Okay. How much? No. I said, my body's not for sale. And this person, probably someone in a different country who was not a woman, said, well, I just want to talk. I'll just pay you to talk with me. And I was like, well, that's a good deal. Send me the check. They sent me the check. Then they asked me to send them money in Venmo. And I realized the scam was that the check was going to bounce or was not even real. And I would think it would be temporarily put in the account while they're verifying it. Then I send them the money where they're like, oh, I just need you to send me over Venmo because my thing's broken, blah, blah, blah. And luckily I didn't get that far. Once they were asking me to Venmo, I said no, very bravely and triumphantly. But I had more trust in that fake baby mama. Again, fake. The scheme was never to need my love. That was the worst part. It was just to get me to Venmo them with a fake check. And I had more trust, and I stand by having more trust in that person than we should have in Republicans. Does that make sense? I think that hopefully that cleared some things up than this. This is one of the senators who voted for it.
Thank you. Yeah.
You say you're fighting on the Affordable Care Act. What do you say to your colleagues who say this isn't a fight, this is a capitulation? You're agreeing to a vote on a bill that it almost certainly will not become.
We're done. We don't want to do the fight. Because there's been a lot of framing like, no, but this, we did it. We won. No, the vote's going to fail. And even if it didn't, the House is not going to, Mike Johnson's probably not going to bring that up for a vote. Angus King. What you got for us, Angus?
Well, Joe, you have to go back to what the strategy was at the beginning of the shutdown. There were two goals, both of which I support. One was standing up to Donald Trump. The other was getting some resolution on the ACA premium tax credit issue.
Have I been saying baby mama? Why would you not help me? Oh. What is happening? Sugar mama. It's not my baby mama. I don't have any baby mamas.
I didn't even realize. That's so funny.
Sugar mama. Point is, they scammed me saying they were going to give me money to talk to them, be their friend. I needed money a lot. I didn't have a show back then. Not baby. We're going to have to do something. We're going to have to do something editing-wise to clear that up. Well, I hope you all had fun at my ignorance, my laugh.
Good afternoon. Welcome to The Big Show. The Big Show comes at you every single day at about 5 o'clock. We're brought to you by FanDuel. Fluke, like the other team, sort of fell asleep. But in terms of a game like last night, I mean, I'll give you a great example. The difference, the Chargers, okay, the Steelers had 11 or 12 tackles for loss and 5 sacks, okay? So that's 15, 16, whatever, negative plays. And yet the Chargers were still able to get the ball down the field and get first downs. And the reason is because the Chargers have the ability to make big plays. They've got a quarterback who can throw it deep down the field. They've got a couple of guys that make big plays. And so it wasn't, if they got behind the chains, it wasn't like they didn't have an opportunity. If the Steelers get behind the chains, it feels like it's almost impossible for them to get 15 yards. I mean, if there's a holding penalty, God forbid, and it's 2nd and 20, I mean, you might as well just punt right then and there. And I think that's part of the problem. The other part of the problem is the play calling last night, I thought, reverted to just really unimaginative. It seemed like, and again, I'd have to go look through it, But it seemed like they ran on first down and second down, and now you're 3rd and 8. And again, this is not an offense where that's advantageous. So they're going to have to figure out a way to work around their issues. And that's what I would tell you is a big thing. They have to find a way to work around the fact that they're limited personnel-wise. As I've said many times, you've got,
Allergy meds were draining my wallet, hoping it would cure my dog Minnie's obsessive paw licking and scratching. And yeah.
You're tuned to The Drive on your 24/7 home of the black and gold. You're tuned to The Drive on your 24/7
advantageous. So they're going to have to figure out a way to work around their issues. And that's what I would tell you is a big thing. They have to find a way to work around the fact that they're limited personnel-wise. As I've said many times, you've got, to me, 3 tight ends. And all 3 of them, do you know what they are? Well, 4, I'm sorry, but 3, 3 legitimate tight ends that you use, and Connor Hayward you use every so often. I think the biggest thing is those 3 guys are singles hitters. Darnell Washington is big and tall and strong and all that other good stuff. If you throw to him at 8 yards, he's probably getting tackled at 8 yards because he ain't running away from anyone. Jonnu Smith, I don't even know what their plan is. If you can tell me what their plan is with him, I have no idea. And then, on top of him, I think it's really kind of interesting is that you've got a guy like Pat Freiermuth, who I think he's a good player on some level. But I don't know that they, the way they're having this rotation work, I don't know if they're using these guys. I think actually they're trying to do too much when probably less is more with these guys. So to me, I look at what they're doing and I say, yes, there are some issues. Now, I think the defense was fine. I think they get gassed still for big, long, for 9, 10, 11, 12-yard runs. I think they still, are vulnerable to giving up pass plays because, I don't know how good they legitimately are on the back end. But their ability to get to a quarterback, they get 5 sacks and 11 or 12 tackles for losses, and actually they had 2 balls hit them, Joey Porter dropped 1 and I forget who the other one. They probably should have had 2 interceptions. You get 5 sacks and a couple of interceptions and the defense is fine. I think they've got to get better at getting off the field on 3rd down at times, but the problems with the Steelers are all on offense. And I don't know that they're fixable. That's the scary thing. Don't know if they're necessarily fixable. And I think that's what we're talking about, honestly. Offensive line, not sure. Really, not sure if it's, if it's going to get better, measurably better. The lack of a playmaker beyond DK Metcalf. I'm not sure that's going to get better. I think Jaylen Warren is fine for what he is, but, Calvin Austin, Roman Wilson, those guys, we've been saying for a long time, those guys are good as 4th receivers, 3rd, 4th receivers, options beyond 1 and 2. That's what the Steelers have to really work on and figure out. I came out of last night's game saying, I think the defense is fine. They ever since the Bengals game, and I expect them, this week to put a lot more heat on Joe Flacco than they did the last time. I don't think they're just going to stand back and let him pick them apart like they did last week. And you know what? I think if they can get to him a little bit, knock him around, he's prone to throwing the ball up for grabs a few times. They'll be able to get some sacks against him. And, I don't imagine he's going to go up and down the field and they're going to score 48 points or whatever the hell it was the last time they played. Because it feels like the defense is starting to dial it up now. It feels like, the guys that are supposed to be dialing it up are. But this team their offense is, I think, and here's the other part of it. I'm not at all a fan of Arthur Smith. I'm not. I think that he's a guy who probably was picked by Mike Tomlin because he shares a philosophy with Mike Tomlin, which is a lot more like, let's play very conservative all the time. Let's make sure that we don't, turn the ball over. And that means we've got to sometimes be way too safe. We're going to run the ball. And, I've got this magical formula with all these tight ends that nobody else has figured out. And again, like I said, I outside of Travis Kelce 4 or 5 years ago, and even then, he wasn't the focal point of that offense. They still had other weapons and whatever. And Gronk, when Gronk was in, when Gronk was in his like absolute prime, okay, you want to tell me you got a tight end like that? Maybe. Oh, I might buy that as well. That's our second option. But the reality is you don't have those guys. You don't have Gronk. You don't have anything close to Gronk. You've got a bunch of guys that are just, like I said, singles hitters. And that's no disrespect to them. I think they're all three of them are good football players fundamentally. But when we're talking about moving the needle, you've got to have guys that are better than, what they have to make defenses respect you. If I'm defending the Steelers, I'm doing exactly the same thing that the Chargers did. I'm going to bracket DK Metcalf. We're going to try and take away the running game, and we're going to dare them. One of those other guys can beat us. See if they can do it. And that's basically what the Chargers did, and they can do that, and you can get away with that, okay, if you don't have any fear of those guys. Because like I said, I think Pat Freiermuth's a good football player fundamentally. You throw it to him, he generally catches it. He's a good route runner. He's a smart player, all that good stuff. Outside of the one play where it was a busted play and he got behind the Bengals, I think it was the Bengals game where he got behind the defense. For the most part, he's a guy that is going to be, 20 yards and in. Darnell Washington, I know he's a called hero now. He's a guy that's going to be 8 yards and in. And Jonnu Smith, again, I have no idea what they're doing with him. None. No idea what the plan is. No idea what they're trying to do. No idea why they even brought him here because it seems like they're wasting him. I don't know. To me, it feels a lot like the Steelers' problems are not necessarily easily fixable. And especially when you have Arthur Smith as the architect of this offense, who doesn't seem to be the most creative person on the planet, who doesn't seem to be the most forward-thinking person on the planet. And that, to me, is a big, big problem. So the question is, is it time to panic if you're the Steelers? It's not time to panic. But it is time to take a realistic look at things and say there's 4 losses. Now you've got a game with the Bengals, 2 against the Ravens. You've got the Bills, and you've got the Lions coming up. I mean, those and quite frankly, at the Bears is probably not an easy game either. There's 6 games there that you've got to find a way to go at least 3-3 in if you want to get to 10 wins. And that, to me, is going to require being willing to do different things. And again, I just don't know that Arthur Smith is that guy. All right, let's go and talk to our good friend from Pennsylvania Sports Network, Midday Show, Joe Ludnowski. Joe, I know on your show today, there probably was panic in the streets about the Steelers, just from the standpoint of, fans are always jarred when it looks like the other team out-Steelers the Steeler. And in a lot of ways, the Chargers out-Steelered the Steelers from the standpoint of, they looked like the more physical team. They looked like the team that was more of the bullies on the block. They looked like the team that was far more structured and organized. I mean, I don't know. Is there panic in the streets?
Paulie, it was one of the oddest stats maybe you'll ever come across. The Steelers had 5 sacks, yet they were the team that got dominated at the point of attack. That doesn't typically line up with what it is. But no, I don't know. Is there panic in the streets? I think the only saving grace in terms of the panic, and I think you would agree with me, if we were doing power rankings, when's the first AFC team join the power rankings party?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're doing power rankings, where would you put them?
I mean, who's the best team in the AFC? The Colts? Denver?
Probably the Colts or the Patriots.
Denver?
No, I said probably the Colts or the Patriots.
But I'm saying, like, so they're the three best teams record-wise in the AFC, right?
Right.
Do any of them crack the top 5 in the NFL?
You don't think?
Who are they in front of?
Well, I'm asking who your top 5. I mean, the Rams. Are you saying the Rams, Seahawks, and who else?
Eagles.
Okay.
I mean, the Patriots beat the Bucks yesterday. What about Detroit? Are any of those 3 teams better than Detroit?
I mean, didn't Detroit just lose to the Vikings yesterday?
But I'm just saying, are they better than the Bears?
Yeah.
Are the Bears better? I mean, I just don't know who's actually any good. And I love, I mean, probably because I like to say Indiana Jones. But you look at the Colts, right? They could have the MVP, the Rookie of the Year, and the Offensive Player of the Year. That's all very possible.
Right.
Jonathan Taylor's been spectacular. Daniel Jones, can you win MVP and Comeback Player of the Year? And maybe Brian Dable should have been fired a long time ago because you got Saquon and Daniel Jones. They get away from him, and all of a sudden they're pretty good. This could be what year did they win the wild card or get the wild card or win the Super Bowl? Was that 05?
Yeah, 05.
Yeah. Could that happen again? Like they're good.
No,
they're good enough that they only have to get hot for a couple weeks in a row. And if you believe that the Colts are the best team in the AFC, I just watched them beat them.
Well, I would say this. I do not believe this team could win 3 road playoff games in a row.
I didn't say either. You said about panic in the streets. There's no panic in the streets because there's nobody in the AFC that that they can't theoretically beat.
Right. Theoretically.
Yeah.
But if, they're the 4 seed and the Chiefs are the 5 seed, who are you picking? Even though that game would be at Acrisure Stadium, are you picking them to beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs? I just don't know that I am.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like this is, when it comes to Mahomes and the Chiefs, it's a lot like college football and helmet sticker syndrome. I mean, are the Chiefs pretty good? Do they have the best quarterback? Yeah, maybe. Are they the best team in the AFC? I don't know. I think they may not even be the best team in their own division. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I mean, there's nothing about any team in the AFC that I look at and be like, yeah, that's the team. I mean, I don't think that the Chiefs.
All right, check it out. This is one of those instant karma stories because this Trump voter, an influencer right here, who's always wearing a really oversized MAGA cap in his videos, made a TikTok challenging any liberal creator to a fight. And then you see it very quickly blow up in his face because he got exactly what he asked for. And then it ends up with him making a video begging for any help from his MAGA comrades. Before we hop into it, I just want to say, I've been working hard lately to build something bigger, a left-leaning media ecosystem that can fight back against MAGA with facts, voices, and volume. And part of that is helping give a platform to other creators who are doing great work. So today, you'll hear from Chris Mowry, one of our contributors who's stepping in for this video. You can find his channel in the description. We're building a broader entity here, a media sphere that is relentless and can push back every single day with more firepower. So drop a like, watch until the end to help boost this, and check this out.
The person to my right, his name is Ray Ray, and he's pretty quickly going to find out that you shouldn't challenge random people to fights on the internet. Let me give you a quick backdrop. Ray Ray is a TikTok creator. He loves Trump. He's always screaming about how Trump is great, and he decided that he was going to basically challenge anybody, any liberal creator to a fight, because all liberal creators are weak men. Again, that's Ray Ray to my right. And very quickly, it got very ugly for him. And so we're going to watch the whole progression of people responding to him. At one point, he has to delete his account, and then it comes back, and he backtracks. It's hilarious. Before we get into that, once again, my name is Chris Mowry. I'm filling in for Adam Mockler on the Adam Mockler channel. If you enjoy this video, you can check out my YouTube channel in the link down below. You guys have been showing so much love to my channel, and it truly, truly, truly means the world. I love each and every one of you. All right. Let's get into it. Let's see what Ray Ray has to say. This is the video that kicks it all off. This has been going very viral. So let's take a look.
men run their mouths? Sorry, why do liberal boys run their Why do liberal men run their mouths? Sorry, why do liberal boys run their mouths? Like, they act so big, bad, and tough in their lives and in their videos. It's just hilarious to me. But I want to say this. I'm a big enough creator now to where I know you guys are going to see these kinds of videos. There's not one specific liberal creator that I wouldn't spar with. It cracks me up when I see Good Trouble challenging people to a push-up competition. A push-up competition.
I just want to pause really quickly. It's always insane to me, number one, when we're challenging random people on the internet to fights, like, you're a grown man, okay? Like, what are you doing? You know, that's just very, like, childish in general. And it's always just, like, alpha male subtype that wants to fight people. They just, like, get debunked, and then they're like, I'm going to fight everybody. Ray doesn't particularly look like the fighting type. But also in that, I don't know if you could see in the background here, but there's a car seat. There's a car seat right there. You have a kid. You are grown. Go. It's just embarrassing. What are you doing? Like, go do something else. And also, he mentions an individual named Good Trouble here who's going to come into the picture in a minute. Good Trouble often hosts TikTok live debates. And when alpha males like this come up, Good Trouble will say, why don't we have a push-up contest to make them feel insecure? Because Good Trouble was a former pro cyclist, so he's in shape. So let's keep watching.
A push-up competition. Like, we're 5 years old. Spar me. Good Trouble, Dean, Parker, Harry, Chris, anybody, any of y'all. I will raise funds and just do a national tour and just go all over the place sparring against you guys. And it'll end up just like political punches when y'all were like, oh, that's just like MAGA to have to bring violence into it. Then don't run your mouths. Don't run your mouths. If you can't run it in the ring, don't run it outside the ring. That's my challenge to y'all. Please, make a video. Let me know that you're willing to do it. And if you're not, your audience should be absolutely ashamed of you, and they should make fun of you every time you start to run your mouth in your lives, in your videos, whatever. Just say, nah, you didn't want that puff with Ray, so don't run your mouth now. Give me a follow. We'll see you in the next one. Pow!
Okay, quickly, the Chris he was mentioning was me. And for reference again, like, no. Why would anyone ever spend their time? Why would I travel to you, to an individual I don't know, to fight you? That's very childish, right? It's one thing to admit you can't fight and not try to fight people randomly. It's another thing when, like, I don't think you're a fighting type and you're just asking to fight people on the internet. Again, the only thing I keep coming back to is, like, it's like you're a child on the internet. So Good Trouble, who is the liberal creator mentioned in this video, decided to respond to Ray. And this is where things really went viral. You see 100,000 likes. So let's see what Good Trouble has to say.
Men run their mouths? Sorry, why do liberal boys run their mouths? Like, they act so big, bad, and tough in their lives and in their videos. It's just hilarious to me. But I want to say this. I'm a big enough creator now to where I know you guys are going to see these kinds of videos. There's not one specific liberal creator that I wouldn't spar with.
Play the fight riff. Play it.
Anyway, I maintain that people who are intellectually outclassed in these spaces, who are routinely ragdolled in adult conversations, and that cannot pull their own weight or make any points, coherent or otherwise, often resort to this caveman-ass bullshit. And I, like an adult, make fun of this, a mockery, by offering a push-up contest, a challenge of strength, a feat of endurance, which you routinely duck. I think that that's funny. I think that you're funny. Like a clown. Ha-ha. Anyway, I know that I would fold your clothes with you still inside them. That's not really up for debate. Everybody knows that that's true. The point is that you people are so triggered by words that you hear on the internet and so intellectually incapable of responding to those words with other words that you resort to Neanderthal behavior. And I find that sad.
That was beautifully said, honestly, perfectly said. Kind of what I was saying in the beginning, which is like, you lose a debate and then you're like, I want to fight people. It's like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? Use your words. It's embarrassing. So this goes super viral from Good Trouble, and then other people start to get involved. This individual is actually running for Congress. He's dope. You should check him out. I'll leave some links in the description. Check out the video he made.
There's not one specific liberal creator that I wouldn't spar with.
Now, it's been a few years, so I may be a little rusty, but mean, I got some time today. Come on through.
Come on through. Again, almost just like making fun of this. Like, it's always so funny that the alpha male type, it's like, I want to fight everybody. This guy used to box, which again, I'll leave some links because he's running for Congress. It's amazing. Incredible video. So of course, this leads to an enormous amount of kickback, right? Everybody is like, Ray, come on. Like, what are we doing here? Are you gonna live up to your words? You're saying that you're gonna fight everybody. And it really goes viral. So this is Ray's response to all of it. Finally, he's silent for like 7-8 days, stops posting. Let's see what he says.
Way too far. I found out today that people are doxing me. You guys are reporting videos. Men who are 290 pounds, 6'9", are challenging me to a boxing match as if they don't know that anybody can get it means within the weight division. Have you guys not watched combat sports before? Have you really?
Bro, since when was fuck around find out goes by the weight class rules? When has that been a thing? You can't challenge everybody on the internet to a fight and then be like, it's got to be in the weight class. Why are you fighting people? Also, he said in the beginning that he was doxxed because of this. That's never okay. Doxing just meaning that like his personal information was revealed publicly. That's not okay. But you shouldn't randomly threaten to fight people on the internet. What are you doing?
Really never seen a boxer or a UFC fighter say anybody can get it. Do you think that the bantamweight champion is really saying John Jones can get it? Why don't y'all understand that? I'm so confused. Like, the amount of Thor and Bradley tags in my video are hilarious. Do you want me to admit that I wouldn't win against Thor and Bradley? Is that what you want? Yeah, I wouldn't win against Thor and Bradley, nor would I want to go against Thor and Bradley. That'd be like me at 5'6", 165 pounds, calling out somebody who's 4'6", 89 pounds. Are y'all serious right now? Does that make y'all feel big and tough to sit there saying face him? Goodness, I gotta be honest, like, this was supposed to be fun. It really was. I wasn't actually trying to talk about backyard scrapping or anything like that. I just wanted to continue political punches, which is...
It's always that. It's always these dudes. Look at this guy. It's always these dudes who want to fight, and then, when it comes time when you're getting called out on the stuff that you're promoting, everyone's like, you're like, no, I didn't really mean it like that. I didn't really mean it like that. Yeah, such an alpha male right here.
Tag below, which was months ago an idea that I came up with, which was red versus blue, Republicans versus Democrats in a boxing match. And for whatever reason, whether it wasn't hitting their FYP or there were Democrats who weren't interested, I couldn't get y'all on board. But now...
Yeah, dude. First of all, I don't know what he's talking about here. I guess this thing he's trying to create political punches, a literal thing where there's 32 people and there's Democrats and Republicans and they fight each other until there's a final. Bro, yeah, the reason probably that didn't take off is because, first of all, what a weird concept. Again, I want to point out that politics are people's lives, right? These are human beings' lives, okay, at stake here, right? I do this because people's lives are at stake, because the country is at stake. When Donald Trump is ignoring federal judges, our democracy is at stake. This shit is not like a fucking let's go box, okay? And number two, he mentioned me in a previous video. Why would I randomly travel around the country to fight a random person I've never met? I'm not a toddler. It's really weird. It's very strange. So I think that's, enough of a response from Ray. Everyone's taking it too seriously. I think at the end of this, he says that he's interested in sparring Good Trouble. So Good Trouble responds. And again, very viral here. So let's see what Good Trouble has to say.
Taken way too far. I found out today that people are doxing me. You guys are reporting videos. Men who are 290 pounds, 6'9", are challenging me to a boxing match as if they don't know that anybody can get it means within the weight division. Have you guys not... There's not one specific liberal creator that I wouldn't spar with. There's not one.
Just so that we're clear, the term anyone can get it is not specific to weight class. You're just saying that because you found out that there are giant liberal creators who want to take you up on your challenge. Myself included. Anyway, just to drive home my point, you feel intellectually inferior when you're having arguments with adults. And to prove to only yourself that you are not actually inferior, you need to prove your manhood because it's so tied up into you being superior that you have to defend it. And you do it in this caveman-ass way. Only proving our point, which is you shouldn't be on the fucking internet, John.
Yeah, no, again, beautifully said. And all of this gets so intense for this guy. Everybody is like running to his videos like, I mean, if you're going to act this alpha male, be a toddler like this, what people are challenging you to box, you know? It's a sport, you box. And it gets bad enough to where he actually made this video like 2 days ago where he asked for backup because he's like, every time I post, I'm getting so many comments that I can't, like, I can't escape. So if there's MAGA people who can help me here, and this is this video, so let's take a look.
It's right about now. Basically what's happened on this page is I have an infestation of cockroaches from Good Trouble's following. And I'm calling on my MAGA people to get rid of them. If you could, please repost this video. Please let it get out to your audience, which is my kind of people. And if that works and if that helps, I'll let you guys know so that in the future you can do the very same thing and we can...
Yep. You need people, you need to help escaping. Listen, we could all help you get a hat that fits. I'm just saying here, dude, this hat, like, this is really, I kind of noticed in the beginning, but now I'm really noticing it, is like the Make America Great Again hat here. Look, it's huge. He looks, okay, all right. So yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. And Ray is really like taking a slowdown to the internet lately after, you know, this all happened, kind of made to look like a fool, understandably so. And again, I drive home the point, like in some of Adam's videos or my videos about like alpha male, like this is just, I can't say it enough, just embarrassing, right? It's not what it means to be a man, to go around and like fight people when you can't like talk to them, right? And if you have like pent up feelings of anger or confusion or whatever, see a therapist. I see one every single Thursday, right? It's good. It's just embarrassing to be a grown human being who has a child doing stuff like this. Like, bro, go do something else with your time, especially when you're supporting Donald Trump, who, again, is threatening our democracy by ignoring judges. I've made multiple videos on that now. I know Adam does every single day. We have him deporting people without due process. We have this very up and down tariff plan that is no plan, right? It's 50% one day, 100% the next day, 0% the next day. That has, you know, Americans very concerned about their economic well-being. I think the consumer confidence report that came out was the second lowest since 1981. People feeling very uncertain about their economic futures. He's passed less legislation through this point of his presidency. We're about 125 days-ish in. Through 125 days, he's passed less legislation than any president in the last 7 decades. And he holds both the House and the Senate. Like, nothing is getting done. He's tearing apart our democracy. He's hurting people's lives. And not only are you still supporting him, when I guarantee, like, no offense, Ray could not name any of his policies. And when he gets challenged on naming his policies, he runs around on the internet and threatens to fight people. And it's embarrassing. So Ray, I'm very sorry about that. And yeah, also it was kind of challenging to make this video because I found out that he mentioned me in the first video, but he blocked my account on TikTok. So I guess he never really wanted me to respond. I was never planning to anyway. Again, I think we all have better things to do, focus on what actually matters here. But I did want to show you this and give it a lesson to anyone out there. Don't.
Hi, I'm JT and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all,
So Warren Buffett is retiring this year, and in his farewell letter, he has some very choice words for the Elon Musk and the Donald Trump culture. Listen to this. He says, "What often bothers very wealthy CEOs, they are human after all, is that other CEOs are getting even richer. Envy and greed walk hand in hand." And when I read this, because I've seen a lot of stuff that Warren Buffett says, I knew right away we're talking about the Elon Musk and Donald Trump stuff. And if you think about this, envy, I would argue that is Donald Trump. Trump is always jealous of Obama, always jealous of Biden. That's why he talks about them all the time. Or greed. You could certainly argue that is Elon Musk. He's like, oh, I got to have that $1 trillion pay package. And these things put together, if you look at it again, this is from Warren Buffett. What bothers very wealthy CEOs, they are human after all, is that other CEOs are getting even richer, right? It's just like it's all a game to these kind of people. And fun fact, you may not know, Warren Buffett, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and myself, we all went to the same school, University of Pennsylvania. And I mention that is because when you're in these circles, you have to make a choice. You have to make a choice. Like, do I want to pursue a life of just greed and envy? Is that the life? Right? Not everyone chooses that. And I always mention that stuff on the channel. I know it sounds strange to people because for some people, just like, why don't you want to live a life like Musk and Trump? Well, you literally see them every day on TV. They're unhappy people. It's obvious, right? Like they're just screaming all the time. They're yelling all nonstop, and they're just jealous, envious, right? Greedy people. And I don't never encourage that kind of lifestyle for people. And when you see the kind of Trump people on TV as well, you'll watch them lie in real time. So for example, this is Hassett talking about the current economic situation. Listen to this.
Because of Biden's inflation, which averaged 5% over 4 years, that people on average lost about $3,400 in purchasing power, and they've gained about $1,200 this year, but there's still room to go. And so we're making up ground fast, but the fact is that people are still down about $2,000 relative to what their purchasing power was when Joe Biden took office. And so we understand that people feel like there's an affordability problem, but we're closing the gap fast. And with these policies and potentially, rebate checks, we might close the whole gap really, really fast.
Okay. So whenever I see Hassett, right, the dude's always smiling every time and talking about Biden this, Biden that, and now I guess we're talking about $2,000 checks to everyone, which I'll just be frank with you guys, I wouldn't hold my breath. And when I asked my wife, I was like, why is it always so strange to watch someone like Hassett? And she says, it's because you usually don't see people lie in real time like this, right? It is a strange thing to see. And Trump's administration is filled with these kind of people. And Hassett, you could argue he's the greedy CEO kind of thing, right? And he may or may not be the replacement for Jerome Powell at the Fed, which is absolutely insane. So this kind of person, the Trump people will always tell you that everything's great. We're making all this money, and I guess we're going to get more of this $2,000 stuff. Listen to this.
Issue a dividend to our middle income people and lower income people of about $2,000. And we're going to use the remaining tariffs to lower our debt. We're going to be lowering our debt, which is a national security thing. So we're doing a lot of good work. And the numbers were reported so incorrectly. The real numbers are trillions of dollars have been taken in or gotten in terms of investment from the tariffs. And so if that were ever reversed, it would be a disaster. Frankly, it would be a national security problem for our country. And nobody thinks it's going to be reversed. I think we had a very good court case. As you know, it's before the Supreme Court right now. But if that were ever reversed, people are saying, oh, it's $1 billion. Some people said, oh, it's $2 billion. Well, that obviously we can handle very easily. But this is trillions of dollars we're talking about in terms of the tariff income and all the investment income that's come into our country.
So trillions and trillions of dollars. And he's like, oh, we got a really good case against the Supreme Court. I think they're worried they're going to lose. And that's why I'm showing you guys this stuff. And if I had to bet, the bet for the Trump people is like, okay, we're going to make a bunch of fake promises to the American people. And when we can't deliver our promises, we'll just blame the Supreme Court. We'll blame the Democrats, something like that. Like that's part of their plan. It's all a smoke and mirrors game. Let me give you an example of their smoke and mirrors game. And this is why I have to go through this stuff every day, because it's like you feel crazy when you read this stuff. You feel crazy when you see their policy. This is from them today. New data, lower prices, bigger paychecks. Okay. And remember, we're actually not getting official government data. They're going to cite DoorDash here, the food delivery company. And then they're saying that your grocery prices on breakfast items have dropped 14%. That's what they're claiming here. And whenever I look at this stuff, I always say the exact same thing, right? Whatever the White House says, whatever I say, you tell me. I'm not going to tell you what prices are at your grocery store. I'm not going to tell you how much money you make or your situation with your bank account, because I don't know. You tell me, right? I can see the national trends. I can see national numbers. But at the end of the day, it's better to hear from the community. And I've always said this as well. If you want to be a good leader, if you want to be a good coworker, if you just want to be a decent person, talk to other people and listen, right? Listen to how people are doing on the ground. Me personally, I don't trust anything that these Trump people say. Lower prices, bigger paychecks. The recent numbers that I've seen is that the people at the top, essentially they call this the K-shaped economy, they're gaining, right? So maybe among Trump's friends, they feel it's that way. They're like, oh, wow, my yacht went down in price. Maybe that's what they're thinking. But people towards the bottom, right, that's why they call the K-shaped economy, are sinking. And it's ludicrous for them to put this kind of news out all the time. Let me give you another example here. This is Mike Johnson talking about whether or not we're going to be talking about healthcare in the future. Listen to this.
Mr. Speaker, can you guarantee whatever the bill passes the Senate on ACA, you'll give it a vote in the House?
Look, we're going to do in the House what we always do. That is a deliberative process. I mean, we get find consensus on whatever the proposal is. As you know, I do not guarantee the outcome of legislation or dates or deadlines or anything.
So nothing is guaranteed with these people. You just saw it there. I mean, I'm not surprised. You shouldn't be surprised either, of course. He even said a similar thing on TV. Can take this out.
We'd like to bring back to the table because that will actually solve the problem and not just subsidize insurance companies.
So you're not committing to bringing up a bill that deals with the Obamacare subsidies before they expire?
I'm not committing to it or not committing to it. What I'm saying is that we do a deliberative process. That's the way this always works, and we have to have time to do it.
And the reason why I bring that up, you put it all together. If these people really cared about you, like they would be like, hey, I've been talking to my constituents. They've been showing me their bills. I've been talking to my constituents. They've been saying prices are through the roof, right? They would mention like real people. They would talk like real people. Oftentimes, a lot of these, like this Mike Johnson's kind of one of the worst, but he just doesn't sound like a human being. He just sounds like this strange used car salesman that's always trying to sell you a piece of junk. And I'm sure you guys know it. You see him enough to get it. And then you go back to, what the White House strategy these days, it really is like out of a sci-fi dystopian novel / movie. They basically want to distract you with perpetual war. That's basically what it boils down to. Look, this is from the White House today. Be warned, if you are transporting drugs that can kill Americans, we are hunting you. And I guess must be the Navy then, killed 6 people today. And I just, when I see this stuff, I always say the same thing. If we were doing this by standard operating procedures, you shoot out their engines, you literally just blockade them, right? You're the Navy. I mean, this kind of thing, it's a small boat, and you can see what it is, and we don't know who's on these things, what they're carrying. Normally, you would just stop it, board it, whatever, tell them to turn around. But we're just trying to start a war, and then essentially what it boils down to is you distract people, right? If people are suffering on the ground, if people are suffering financially, you distract them and say, okay, well, we'll promise we're going to give you $2,000 each, but then whilst your healthcare costs are going to go through the roof, food costs are out of control, and you're going to lose your job, but hey, maybe we'll write you a check for $2,000 that may or may not ever come. And then, by the way, we're starting a war with someone else, so we'll get focused on that. What's crazy, though, is you're also seeing a splintering in the Republican Party as Trump's now commenting on Marjorie Taylor Greene. Look at this. This is actually what they're saying these days.
Meetings here at the White House instead of nonstop foreign policy meetings. What's your response to her saying that, and also saying that grocery prices are up and not down, as you've said?
Yeah, so I don't know what happened to Marjorie. She's a nice woman, but I don't know what happened. She's lost her way, I think. But I have to view the presidency as a worldwide situation, not locally. I mean, we could have a world that's on fire where wars come to our shores very easily if you had a bad president. We had a horrible president, and we ended up with Russia, Ukraine, and we ended up with other disasters, too. Don't forget, I put out 8 wars, 9 to come. I think I'll get the other.
So according to Trump, 8 wars, 9 to come, right? And the question was like, hey, Marjorie Taylor Greene is calling you out. You keep saying everything's cheap. And she's like, no, it's not cheap. What are you talking about? And then he gets upset, or she'll say like, why are you, bailing out Argentina? And again, he gets mad. I don't know what happened to her. And what it boils down to is Trump surrounds himself with people who are willing to lie for him, right? Willing to play that envy and greed game. And this is so why I brought up Warren Buffett's quote, because I think it's very telling of the era that we're in, right? What often bothers very wealthy CEOs, they are human after all, is that other CEOs are getting even richer. Envy and greed walk hand in hand. And I don't want you to necessarily think that, this is the only way to live life, is the envy and greed. Because in fact, Warren Buffett did have some really interesting words of advice in his farewell letter, and I'll read the words here. One perhaps self-serving observation. I'm happy to say I feel better about the second half of my life than the first. And this is a big lesson to learn, right? Improve over time. He says, my advice, don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. Learn at least a little from them and move on. It is never too late to improve. It's very, very good advice. Get the right heroes and copy them. I wrote a book about this. It's called Positive Angle. You can hear my philosophy on life and sort of the things that I've gone through. But this is very true. Keep bettering over.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump has issued sweeping and unconditional pardons to his top allies who aided him in his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. That's according to the Justice Department's pardon attorney. Among those pardoned are Rudy Giuliani, who tried to pressure state legislatures to reject Joe Biden's victory in key swing states; Mark Meadows, Trump's chief of staff in 2020; John Eastman and Kenneth Chesebro, two attorneys who conspired to pressure Vice President Mike Pence to overturn the election results on January 6th; Boris Epshtein, an advisor to Trump; and Sidney Powell, who filed lawsuits challenging election results in key swing states. The pardons only apply to federal charges. They don't include state charges. Both Powell and Chesebro had pleaded guilty to state charges. Giuliani's been indicted in Georgia and Arizona. On Sunday, Trump also pardoned dozens of other Republicans who were involved in the plan to organize fake electors and promote conspiracies of alleged voter fraud during the 2020 election. Earlier this year, Trump had pardoned more than 1,000 January 6th rioters. The U.S. federal government shutdown has entered its 41st day. On Sunday night, 7 Democratic senators broke away from their party to vote alongside Republicans on a key bill to end the shutdown and fund most government agencies until January 30th. The Democratic senators include Tim Kaine of Virginia, Catherine Cortez Masto and Jackie Rosen of Nevada, John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, Maggie Hassan and Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire, and Dick Durbin of Illinois, as well as Maine's independent Senator Angus King. The measure does not include an extension of the expiring Affordable Care Act tax credits. The bill still needs to pass the House before the government can be reopened, and that would require Speaker Mike Johnson to call a House session and finally swear in Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva of Arizona. She would be the final vote on a discharge petition to release the Epstein files. It comes as the Supreme Court Friday granted the Trump administration's request to temporarily block full payment of food benefits through SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. The decision means SNAP recipients will receive only partial benefits. The U.S. Department of Agriculture ordered states that were filling in the gap to stop providing full benefits to SNAP recipients, stating they should immediately undo the distributions. Meanwhile, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warned air travel would be, quote, reduced to a trickle if the shutdown continues. U.S. airlines canceled more than 3,500 flights over the weekend, impacting tens of thousands of travelers nationwide. Travelers expressed outrage over the delays.
I'm shocked, and it is definitely a Republican shutdown. It's not the Democrats. I understand why they don't want to take all those people off, health and wellness and insurance. It's ridiculous.
Israeli air raids and drone attacks continue in Gaza, despite the U.S.-brokered ceasefire that went into effect a month ago. Al Jazeera reports 2 people, including a child, were killed in southern Gaza today. This is Nidal Abu Arqoub from Khan Yunis.
The future is bleak and uncertain. Given our current situation, things remain as they are. Truce, no truce, we do not see a truce. The war is ongoing and the horizon is dark. We see the country's situation as very difficult.
Meanwhile, Hamas handed over the body of Hadar Golden, an Israeli soldier who was killed in the 2014 war in Gaza. It comes as Reuters reports U.S. officials gathered intelligence that Israeli military lawyers warned there was evidence that war crimes charges could be brought against Israel for its war on Gaza. The former U.S. officials who spoke to Reuters said the material was not broadly circulated within the U.S. government until late in the Biden administration. Lawyers with the State Department also reportedly flagged to U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken that Israel might be committing war crimes. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces killed a Palestinian man in the Farah refugee camp. It comes as Israeli settlers attacked a group of Palestinian villagers, activists, and journalists on Saturday who gathered during an attempt to harvest olives near a settler outpost. 2 Reuters journalists, including the photographer Reneen Sawafta, were injured in the attack in an area close to the Palestinian village of Beita. This is Mohammed Al-Atrash, a journalist with Al Jazeera, who recounted the attack by the Israeli settlers.
I found myself alone and all the farmers walked down, so I decided to leave the area, and during that they hurled stones towards us like nothing I've witnessed before.
In Oregon, a federal judge has permanently blocked the Trump administration from deploying National Guard troops to Portland. In her ruling, U.S. District Court Judge Karen Immergut, a Trump appointee, said the president, quote, did not have a lawful basis to federalize the National Guard, and that, quote, there was neither a rebellion or danger of a rebellion in Portland, as claimed by the federal government. The ruling is the latest legal blow to the Trump administration as it attempts to crack down on protests against immigration raids nationwide. In related news, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is calling on the United Nations to investigate the U.S. federal government over its, quote, abusive immigration crackdowns, unquote, in the city. Johnson addressed members of the UN Human Rights Council Friday.
I call on this council to hold the federal government of the United States to the same standards of accountability you apply elsewhere in the world. No country should be above international law. Human rights are universal, or they are meaningless. Chicago has long been a part of this struggle. I invite the UN's independent experts to visit Chicago to witness both our challenges and our progress firsthand. And I urge the Human Rights Council to consider additional measures of accountability, including a special session to examine the worsening human rights crisis in the United States.
In Massachusetts, a video obtained by the Boston Globe shows a man having what appears to be a seizure after federal immigration and pressed on his neck when the man attempted to hold on to his wife and crying child after the agents ambushed their car. Carlos Zapata, who's from Ecuador, reportedly lost consciousness as a bystander is heard saying on the video, they're trying to rip the baby out of his hands, unquote. His wife was taken into custody by federal agents in front of their daughter, who's 1.5 years old. The Homeland Security Department later mocked the video of Zapata and his family, saying he faked a seizure to try to stop his wife's arrest. She now faces deportation. 2 top executives and
Chicago to witness both our challenges, the worsening human rights crisis in the United States.
In Massachusetts, a video obtained by the Boston Globe shows a man having what appears to be a seizure after federal immigration agents pushed, hit, and pressed on his neck when the man attempted to hold on to his wife and crying child after the agents ambushed their car. Carlos Zapata, who's from Ecuador, reportedly lost consciousness as a bystander is heard saying on the video, they're trying to rip the baby out of his hands, unquote. His wife was taken into custody by federal agents in front of their daughter, who's 1.5 years old. The Homeland Security Department later mocked the video of Zapata and his family, saying he faked a seizure to try to stop his wife's arrest. She now faces deportation. 2 top executives at the BBC Sunday abruptly resigned following the backlash over the public broadcaster's edit of a speech made by President Trump January 6, 2021, before a mob of his supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol. The resignation of BBC Director General Tim Davie and News CEO Deborah Turnus came just days after the Daily Telegraph published details of a leaked internal memo that said a BBC documentary edited Trump's remarks in a way that it appeared he explicitly encouraged the Capitol insurrection. The BBC is reportedly planning to formally apologize to Trump, who celebrated the resignation, saying on Truth Social, quote, "These are very dishonest people who tried to step on the scales of a presidential election. What a terrible thing for democracy," Trump wrote. Trump's repeatedly defended unfounded claims that his 2020 loss to Joe Biden was rigged. President Trump says the United States is boycotting the G20 summit hosted by South Africa over what he claims is the persecution of white farmers. Trump's repeatedly accused the government of the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa of failing to protect Afrikaners, the white minority that ruled the country during apartheid, and has falsely stated a white genocide is taking place in South Africa. Trump said on Truth Social the U.S. would be hosting the 2026 G20 latest legal blow to the Trump broadcaster's edit of a speech made by President News CEO. Trump's remarks, the resignations wrote. Trump's repeatedly G20 summit hosted by South Africa over what he claims is the persecution of white farmers. Trump's repeatedly accused the government of the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa of failing to protect Afrikaners, the white minority that ruled the country during apartheid, and has falsely stated a white genocide is taking place in South Africa. Trump said on Truth Social the U.S. would be hosting the 2026 G20 summit in Miami. This year's G20 summit place in South Africa over what he claims is the rigged. President Trump says the United States is boycotting the G20 summit hosted by South Africa over what he claims is the persecution of white farmers. Trump's repeatedly accused the government of the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa of failing to protect Afrikaners, the white minority that ruled the country during apartheid, and has falsely stated a white genocide is taking place in South Africa. Trump said on Truth Social the U.S. would be hosting the 2026 G20 summit in Miami. This year's G20 summit is the first time a G20 summit was held in Africa. And the UN Climate Summit opens today in Belém, Brazil, where the United States will be notably absent after the Trump administration declined to send a high-level delegation. The U.S. is still expected to influence the climate talks as Trump officials use lobbyists and economic threats to attempt to sabotage environmental initiatives and efforts to cut emissions proposed by representatives from around the world. The United States is one of the largest greenhouse gas emitters, while Trump has called the climate crisis a con job. Meanwhile, representatives from the Alliance of Small Island States are again urging leaders of the global north to commit to stronger action in order to prevent the worst impacts of global warming, including the phase-out of fossil fuels. This is Tuvalu's Environment Minister speaking in Belém Friday.
We had high hopes that this new agreement would give us the necessary legal measures to protect Tuvalu from the worst impacts.
Friday. We had of global warming. Small is one of the largest sabotage environmental initiatives and efforts to cut emissions proposed by representatives from around the world. The United States is one of the largest greenhouse gas emitters, while Trump has called the climate crisis a con job. Meanwhile, representatives from the Alliance of Small Island States are again urging leaders of the global north to commit to stronger action in order to prevent the worst impacts of global warming, including the phase-out of fossil fuels. This is Tuvalu's Environment Minister speaking in Belen Friday.
We had high hopes that this new agreement would give us the necessary legal measures to protect Tuvalu from the worst impact of climate change related sea level rise. 10 years on from Paris, we have greatly and gravely concerned about the slow progress in delivering significant emissions reductions to ensure our survival.
Democracy Now! Will be broadcasting from COP30 in Belém, Brazil, all next week. And after headlines, we go to Belém to speak with a leading climate justice activist, Yeb Sanyo. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
Hi, everyone. Here we are. It is another week. Let's just, you know what we're going to talk about. And because you do, the shutdown deal, obviously I have some thoughts on that. We're not going to start with it. And instead, we're going to start with Marjorie Taylor Greene at a Megyn Kelly event. And as we've been covering a lot, with Marjorie, she's been breaking with MAGA more frequently and criticizing the lack of a healthcare plan and saying that Mike Johnson is not governing well. And so this actually caused her to get heckled by a pro-Trump audience. And then she has to turn around and explain some things to them. It's all strange. And then Trump is now finally addressing Marjorie's criticisms of him and of the Republican Party. Obviously, he's not happy. So let's start there. And then later in the show, we'll dive all into the shutdown stuff. Here's Marge.
And I feel like our majority is being ruined. I really do.
By what exactly?
Inaction. I voted to fund the government on September 18th. And then guess what? We haven't been to work since.
But whose fault is that?
Mike Johnson's.
Why?
He's told us not to come back. He's keeping the House out of session. All the American people are working every single day.
Chuck Schumer. You don't think it's related to the shutdown?
Chuck Schumer's in the Senate, everybody. Yeah. Mike Johnson is in the House. He's the Speaker of the House. And he can bring us into this session where we can be passing our bills. We can have our committees at work.
So that was the part there that they didn't like. They want Chuck Schumer to be blamed. You're in a bad spot where Marjorie Taylor Greene is explaining basic government functioning. She's proven herself to be pretty clueless on most things. And so for her having to explain to these Trump supporters, it's not Chuck Schumer's fault that Mike Johnson wasn't calling the House into session, because it is true. Y'all know where Marjorie stands on this show, a bad place. But she is correct that the shutdown didn't prevent Mike Johnson from still doing stuff. Congress can still do stuff.
David, the movie.
I will not be afraid.
They're still being paid. And what she would want Congress to do, now that's a whole different question. And maybe this advocacy would lead to a really bad place. Probably. But one of the areas that we'll hear from after we look at Trump's response, is healthcare. But first, let's look at how he's been responding to Marjorie kind of breaking with her usual gross loyalty to him. While you watch this, please do click the subscribe button. If you appreciate these videos, I'd appreciate you for helping us get the word out about it by clicking the subscribe button.
I passed a great, big, beautiful bill, which is the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country. So when somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's now catering to the other side, I don't know what, I guess she's, got some kind of an act.
You can have her.
But I'm surprised at her. But when somebody like Marjorie goes over and starts making statements like that, it shows she doesn't know.
Now, what's interesting is, for her own cynical reasons, she's seeing a political opening in putting a little bit of a divide between her and the Republican establishment, and honestly a little bit her and Trump, only because she's upset he wouldn't support her running for Senate. And I think she sees a little bit of the writing on the wall as to the future of American politics will not look super kindly on what Republicans are up to right now. So it's cynical, but when she acts like she's just realizing that they're not exactly the party of the working class, you have to remember she voted for that bill he just referenced, the One Big Beautiful Bill, which is an atrocity for the working class. And when he talks about tax cuts, we've seen who that really benefits, and it ain't the working class. And she voted for it. Then he also said this.
During the president earlier today, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is a big ally of yours, said that she would rather see you focused on nonstop domestic policy meetings here at the White House instead of nonstop foreign policy meetings. What's your response to her saying that, and also saying that grocery prices are up and not down, as you've said?
Yeah, so I don't know what happened to Marjorie. She's a nice woman, but I don't know what happened. She's lost her way, I think. But I have to view the presidency as a worldwide situation, not locally. I mean, we could have a world that's on fire where wars come to our shores very easily if you had a bad president. We had a horrible...
It is interesting because a lot of people are hyping up Marjorie Greene. Wow, she's seeing reason. Something about the way that question was asked, though, makes me remember how absurd it even is, even though I will credit people to try to elevate their criticisms of Trump, of course, but it's a little absurd, as if we're going, Marjorie, yay, the grass is green, yay, when she says grocery prices are up. Like that's not really a debated issue. You can just look at the data on it. But then it's this big headline-causing event when Marjorie Greene says the equivalent of the grass is green. Then moving forward at the same press conference, you have Trump saying that amid the shutdown battle, again, that we'll discuss how it's concluding here in a little bit, that has centered around healthcare, Democrats trying to get concessions on healthcare as Trump has ravaged our healthcare system. And this is just, if you're eating, put it down for a second because it is nauseating. This is the moment, since apparently we just live in a sickening cycle where Trump tells us that they have a better plan that they're going to tell us about eventually for healthcare.
I hope that we're going to be able to have a health care where Lindsay and I were discussing it, Jim and I were discussing it, and Katie, we discussed it. We want a health care system where we pay the money to the people instead of the insurance companies. And I tell you, we're going to be working on that very hard over the next short period of time, where the people get the money. We're talking about trillions and trillions of dollars where the people get the money. Yes, please.
Just meaningless words. Meaningless words. And it would be a little bit more notable if the U.S. president was saying that, if it didn't come on the heels of him saying it for a decade. And then Mike Johnson says, yeah, Trump, that's where the 2 weeks thing came from, was originally healthcare plan in 2 weeks, healthcare plan in 2 weeks.
I have concepts of a plan.
I know that you know. Now, Mike Johnson says it a little bit of a different way. They have, I think he worded it, notebooks and notebooks of plans.
Subsidizing the insurance companies is not the answer because it just drives the cost up even further. So we need to look at the root causes. The Republican Party is the party that is working on that, has been working on it, and has more ideas going forward. We got to bring down the costs. And you can do that in a responsible way that also increases access and quality of care. And we got notebooks full of ideas on how to do that. We got to build consensus around it.
Last one. I know you're busy.
Jaden was zooming in on Larry. Oh, Larry, he's riveted. He's absolutely riveted. I saw him doing a segment like, why are all these poor people acting like the economy isn't good? It's great. I love it. It's awesome. Woo! Most hyped I'd seen him in a while. Yeah, I'm also working on notebooks of healthcare plans for myself where I eat any amount of pizza and any amount of cheeseburgers and Pizookies from BJ's, the restaurant. And then I also don't do anything to work out. And I'm going to soon divulge to you a secret plan where still you stay very fit. That's what I'm working on. And I think my plan is actually more realistic than their plan. And it's not realistic. Because theirs is unreal. I think you get it. Did that make sense? Did that make sense? That's what I'm working on in my notebooks. It's like, I ran a week ago. Oh, you should do it again. I haven't had pizza since like a day ago. Oh, but you shouldn't again. It's just sick stuff, this world we're in. Oh, evolution, evolution. Apparently we're so good at evolving, but we've evolved to like in our mouths the things that are bad for us. And I don't mean that, I mean with food. Because nothing's wrong about the other one.
Interesting.
Hey, Gavin, you know what I'm trying to say. Now, Hakeem Jeffries was hearing about the scuttlebutt that Republicans are working on something, and maybe Dr. Oz is coming up with a plan, and Hakeem did not want to hear from Dr. Oz, understandably.
We're open to sitting down and having a bipartisan conversation about how to fix our broken healthcare system overall. But I'm not going to respond to any comments from randos like Dr. Oz, who is woefully unqualified to be in whatever position he holds in the administration. He's a joke. These people are jokes. But the issue of the healthcare of the American people is very serious. And that's what we'll continue to focus on.
You know, in this line of work, you get called a lot of things. And we've heard it all here. What's the one that the guy, soy boy, something,
Soy boy beta cuck, Luke Beasley.
That fits in so many descriptors into one title. Soy boy beta cuck. But I've been called stupid. I've been called a traitor. I've been called all of it. And none of those insults would ruin me mentally as much as someone calling me a rando, like Hakeem Jeffries just did. There's something that hits so brutally about going, I'm not going to listen to the likes of rando Dr. Oz. Oh, not even worth the time to come up with an insult.
So Dr. Oz said that millions...
Who?
Dr. Oz. That there are millions of phantom enrollees under the ACA. Is that being looked at as it possibly makes it so that people that are on the ACA are paying more, is inflating the numbers?
That's like the most random way to start a question on a serious topic. Nobody who's serious in this country takes Dr. Oz seriously. No one. And, I mean, it's shocking that the guy even was confirmed.
Yeah, so that's as he's saying, it's very unserious what they've been acting like, which is the reason they won't concede to Democrats' demands on healthcare is because they have a better plan, which is a joke. The issue of healthcare is very serious. Their handling is a big joke. And I think it's reasonable to lose a lot of trust in the plans to solve price issues, whether it be healthcare or housing, with their track record and their latest is 50-year mortgages. Trump's 50-year mortgage idea, says David Pakman, is terrible. It blows up the amount of total interest paid and will drive prices up by making houses appear more affordable by lowering monthly payments without creating more supply. Disaster. That's the most Trumpian. Well, just let them put it on a 50-year, these losers. Now, another reason that I don't think we should trust Trump's healthcare proposals is that he doesn't understand much very well or at all. Like, listen to him talking about rare earth during the same press conference.
Example, China was going to hit us with rare earth. Now, everybody says, what does
They're going to hit us right over the head with rare earth.
that mean? Magnets. If China refused to give magnets, because they have a monopoly on magnets, because they were allowed to happen over a 32-year period, magnets. If China refused to give magnets, because they have a now...
I think we should trust... Well, just let them put it on a 50-year, these losers. Now, another reason that I don't think we should trust Trump's healthcare proposals is that he doesn't understand much very well or at all. Like, listen to him talking about rare earth during the same press conference.
Example, China was going to hit us with rare earth. Now, everybody says, what does
They're going to hit us right over the head with rare earth.
that mean? Magnets. If China refuse to give magnets because they have a monopoly on magnets because they were allowed to happen over a 32-year period. There wouldn't be a car made in the entire world. There wouldn't be a radio. There wouldn't be a television. There wouldn't be internet. There wouldn't be anything because magnets are such a part. Now, nobody knows what magnets are, and not overly.
President of the United States, quote unquote, no one knows what magnets are. They tried to explain it. I said, Magnum. Why are they hitting us with magnums? No, Mr. President, magnets. What's a magnet? Okay. Then, as likely as we will see this healthcare plan, we will see the plan for $2,000 tariff dividends that he's been advertising.
We're going to be bringing them down. Without tariffs, this country would be in such trouble, as they were for many years. That's why we owe $38 trillion.
We owe because we won't tariff.
And one of the things we're going to do, we're going to issue a dividend to our middle-income people and lower-income people of about $2,000. And we're going to use the remaining tariffs to lower our debt. We're going to be lowering our debt, which is a national security thing. So we're doing a lot of good work.
So just remember, if you're getting excited for Trump to send you a $2,000 tariff dividend, first of all, it's an admission that indeed we're the ones suffering from the tariffs because he's thinking, oh, I'm putting a lot of financial pressure on them. Maybe I need to bail out people because of the financial pressure I put on with the extra taxes with the tariffs. But also, we referenced this yesterday, so it won't be a surprise I'm bringing it up, but it's really been sitting with me for the last 24 hours. We were promised Doge checks. Elon was going around. Trump was talking about, Fox News was running stories about how they're saving so much money with Doge, even though they ended up causing a calamity, but not actually addressing our debt problem at all. And that we were saving so much money that we were going to get Doge dividend checks. So I think that's and did you get them? I think that sums up how trustworthy that promise is. Then you have Trump attacking. He does this a lot when there's chaos in his transportation department. Who's president right now? Who's been president for a while? Him. And we've seen all this chaos at the airports. Pilots, I just saw a video of a pilot getting on and being like, guys, call your senators. This is bad. And while that's happening, he always finds a way to make it about Pete Buttigieg. Or, as he says, Pete Boot Edge, like the edge of a cliff.
Control towers. And we didn't have that. We had a guy named Buttigieg. Boot edge, they say is the best way. Just say two edges, like off the edge of a cliff, which is where they were taking us, by the way. Boot edge was the Secretary of Transportation.
What on earth does this have to do with Pete Buttigieg? Now, speaking of Pete Buttigieg, you remember we covered a little while ago him going on is it All In podcast with those MAGA millionaires, maybe is the description, businessmen, I should say. And he was having this back and forth with one of the hosts saying, no, Trump's OBBB, his big landmark agenda item, is taking from the poor to give to the rich. And it ended up, and this is just so fascinating to me if I can find this, in the comments there were some, I guess probably right of center people going, wait, I looked up on Grok what Pete Buttigieg was saying. I never heard this before, which is the importance of going in those spaces. Someone said, I asked Grok if there was any proof of the OBBBA. OBA gave tax cuts to the rich. Surprisingly, it said it did. It disproportionately gave more benefits to the rich. Now, I'm no expert, and I may have misrepresented, but y'all can ask it. I watched Elon and the All In guys talk about Grok telling the truth, which is why I asked it instead of ChatGPT or Gemini. Anyway, I'm not savvy or math genius, but I was kind of surprised since Chamath asked Pete a similar question. So you're having people, I found that so fascinating. You're having people, after it feels like I am getting too redundant when I say that. On Jubilee, they were also shocked when I said, you know, that bill is like reverse Robin Hood. And they would go, what? This is ridiculous. Credit to that person just asking some search engine or chatbot. And then there's millions of people out there who aren't going to go fact check it, will assume Pete Buttigieg is lying, and are waiting for their tariff check. It's sad. It's a sad state of affairs. You also have Pete Buttigieg responding to this post by Trump where he just starts attacking air traffic controllers. All air traffic controllers must get back to work now. Anyone who doesn't will be substantially docked. For those air traffic controllers who were great patriots and didn't take any time off for the Democrat shutdown hoax, I'll be recommending a bonus of $10,000 per person for distinguished service to our country. That will never come. For those that did nothing but complain and took time off, even though everyone knew they would be paid in full shortly into the future, I am not happy with you. You didn't step up to help the USA against the fake Democrat attack that was only meant, etc. So he's raging at air traffic controllers or airport staff for, in some cases, calling in sick. In some cases, you heard stories of people having to go get other jobs because the shutdown was dragging on so long and they can't just operate for that many days with no check coming in. And then Trump's going, you failed, and I'm mad at you, to which Buttigieg responded, "Boot edge. The president wouldn't last 5 minutes as an air traffic controller, and after everything they've been through and the way this administration has treated them from day one, he has no business shitting on them now. Pete, I could air traffic control right through here. Delta Flight 52. Don't crash." I'm sure it would be Trump's response. Then you have this.
These deals. But so when somebody makes a statement about he's devoting time to the world, well, the world is the United States, because if the world's in trouble or if the world is ripping us off.
And the world a bigger place, too. I don't know why I included that clip. Now, interesting miscellaneous item. The Supreme Court on Monday rejected Associated Press reporting a call to overturn its landmark decision that legalized same-sex marriage nationwide. There was some fear, we've sounded the alarm about it, that after Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court could overturn Obergefell, and they rejected hearing that case, which is good news. Turned away an appeal from Kim Davis. Now, this sent me this morning into a whole rabbit hole about Kim Davis, who was the former Kentucky County court clerk, who has been fighting this battle for a very long time. Go live your life, Kim. Go live your life. And it brought me to this interview from like a decade ago. That's how long this is. She's really, really trying to get it overturned. Why? Go live your life.
I'm going to begin with that ABC News exclusive. Kim Davis, the Kentucky clerk who refuses to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples, saying that would violate her Christian beliefs. She spent 6 days in jail for contempt of court, and the ACLU now claims she's interfering with marriages again. This morning, her first interview with our Paula Ferris. Good morning, Paula.
Good morning, George. And I spent several hours with her at her Kentucky property. Kim Davis says her religious liberty and her conscience, they go hand in hand. And in her eyes, those licenses being issued right now without her name.
In the arms of an angel. Could you zoom in on this photo? Angel, fly away. Why do the gays want to marry? It hurts me somehow. I dream of a day where they'll stop touching each other. Why do the gays want to marry? It hurts me somehow. I dream of... Why do the gays want to marry? It hurts me somehow. Fly away. Why do the gays want arms of an angel? Could you zoom in on this photo? Angel, fly away. Why do the gays want to marry? It hurts me somehow. I dream of a day where they'll stop touching each other, 'cause it makes me feel weird. And now I'm changing the melody. Okay, let's keep going.
Name on them are not valid.
Hurts angel.
Hand in hand. And in her eyes, those licenses being issued right now without her name.
In the arms of an angel. Could you zoom in on this photo? Angel, fly away. Why do the gays want to marry? It hurts me somehow. I dream of a day where they'll stop touching each other, 'cause it makes me feel weird. Now I'm changing the melody. Okay, let's keep going.
Name on them are not valid. She tells me that if it comes down to it, she is prepared to go back to jail.
I have never once spouted a word of hate. I've not been hateful. I've had people yelling and screaming and cussing me.
Kim Davis says she never expected to become a household name when she started denying marriage licenses at her county clerk office.
I'm just a normal person that has been touched by the grace of God and His mercy.
That pause. Kim, that pause was really misleading.
Has been touched by the grace of God and His mercy. And, I haven't always been a good person, Paula. When I didn't live for God, I didn't live for Him. And I was real good at living for the devil.
You've been married 4 times. You had children in an adulterous relationship. People are calling you a hypocrite. Are you?
No. I'm forgiven. Washed clean.
And so 4.5 years ago.
Wow, that's a big cross. So here's the deal. You don't need to be crying. We don't need to be crying. Just, you have a property. That's awesome. Live it up. Doesn't impact you. And I mean, it does. She had to go to prison for a few days because she was violating the law. Because you're a clerk. So your job is to follow the law because you're a county clerk. So you do the law stuff, right? It's weird when they say that. It's violating my religious freedom. No, it's not. You don't have to work that job. You're not being forced in your church. You don't have to have same-sex marriages in your church. So have your religious freedom over there. You're working in the government, and the government has laws that they're following. And so when our laws change such that that same-sex marriages are valid, and side note, beautiful. But separate from that, again, I'm trying to make it more just strip away the emotion from it and just the logic of it, then yeah, you need to follow the position that you're in, which requires you to follow the law. And then you don't have to be in that job if you don't want to. And you can do whatever you want in your church. Gosh, Kim, you don't have to be crying.
I'm forgiven. Washed clean.
And so 4.5 years ago, when Davis found God, she says she could not separate church from state, believing that America...
Well, then don't work in the state. In the state government, that's where the state goes, right? Right? You could just do your job there and then go to the church and say, nah, I had to marry some gays. Oh, so bizarre, Kim. Oh, how long has this been? It's just so unnecessary. Meanwhile, Trump is pardoning the fake electors, of course, but a lot of those were state cases, so that doesn't save them from those, but he's trying to intervene whatever way he can to say if you break the law, you try to defraud voters and pretend like you're an elector when you're not to get me elected, even when I lost in 2020, then it's okay, and you shouldn't be punished for it because it was in service of me. To which a MAGA account, Monica, says the truth about the 2020 election is coming. Buckle up. So I think this all connects because I'm saying we will soon learn the healthcare plan. We'll soon get the $2,000 tariff dividends, and we'll soon find out about the 2020 election being stolen. I love when these accounts who for years have been saying they already have the proof then go, it's coming. But you said you've been saying it, you already have the proof. If it's still coming, then come already, you know? Meanwhile, Maria Bartiromo, you know, Cole, you feel me? I was touched. I was touched by the grace of God. Maria Bartiromo is hyped about this. I forget, you remember those leaked Fox News emails? And she, either by her producers or by other hosts or something, they were texting about Maria's crazy. Even for us, Maria's crazy. So she's happy about this news.
Welcome back. We've got this breaking news this morning. President Trump pardoning a list of high-profile officials who were part of the efforts to challenge the 2020 election. It includes Rudy Giuliani, Mark Meadows, and Sidney Powell. Pardon attorney Ed Martin saying each official will receive a, quote, complete and unconditional pardon. The president signed these pardons on Friday. Liz Peek, your reaction.
You know, Maria, I think this comes to a question about free speech. I think these people like Rudy Giuliani who challenged the election were wrong. But it seems to me if you are not allowed to raise questions about the validity of an election in your country, that's wrong. And I think the prosecution and persecution, I would even say, of Rudy Giuliani and some of these others was wrong. And I'm happy to see that Trump has issued these pardons.
Yeah, well, we don't know if they were wrong, by the way, with all those mail-in ballots.
I know.
But
I agree.
There is more investigation to be done here, and I suspect
Really? More investigation? You've been investigating for like 4 years. More? Maria, you're the worst journalist on the planet if you still haven't investigated to conclusion the 2020 election. Oh, it's so embarrassing. One second. Did this Liz Peek person try to say this is a matter of free speech? Oh, it's like the other person. You're just throwing around like, this is not about religious freedom. What are you talking about? In this case, it's not about free speech. Does Liz Peek, a Fox News contributor, like has a job, probably does her taxes, maybe has kids, I don't know, like responsibilities. And that scares me. Does she really believe they were indicted for questioning the election results?
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat a...
You're tuned to The Drive on your 24/7 home of the Black and Gold. Steelers Nation Radio.
Negative. I'm tired. It's late.
I'm tired, and they just got beat.
I don't want to hear about you being tired today.
I had a much easier world than you guys.
We landed on that offense, absolutely.
Donald Trump just had a late night meltdown on Fox in an interview with Laura Ingraham, and even MAGA is absolutely pissed at a lot of the things that Donald Trump was saying here. So Donald Trump said that the entire SNAP program was fraudulent and places the United States in jeopardy. Donald Trump said that the United States needs to take 600,000 students in from China to study at universities here in the United States. He says that's the ultimate way to be America first, by bringing in the Chinese students. Donald Trump then continued to talk about how the ballroom was so necessary because he thought the East Wing was ugly. And then he walked around the Oval Office with Laura Ingraham and showed her all of the gold. And he goes, look how amazing this is. This is the most important thing right now, all of the gold in the Oval Office. Let me show you the receipts of what went down so you can judge this meltdown for yourself. Here, Donald Trump says the entire SNAP program, food stamps, puts our country in jeopardy. He says that SNAP is a threat to America. Here, play this clip.
So they're used for the people who really need them? It's meant for people. And you know what it does is it really puts the country in jeopardy. People that need it have to get it. I'm all for it. But people that are able-bodied can do a job. They leave their job because they figure they can pick this up. It's easier. That's not the purpose of it.
He then goes on to talk about what his priorities are. Building a grand ballroom. He says the greatest ballroom in the world. It's one of his biggest priorities. And he said the East Wing was a bad site. And so we needed to demolish the whole thing. He thinks that's very important right now. And that's what Americans care about, he says. Here, play this clip.
Well, first of all, the East Wing was a beautiful little tiny structure that was built many years ago that was renovated and expanded and disbanded and columns ripped out. And it had nothing to do with the original building. It was a poor, sad site. And I could have built the ballroom around it, but it would not have been. We're building one of the greatest ballrooms in the world. By the way, zero money spent by the government, zero. The East Wing is being spent by private donors. And it's a $250, $300 million building. It's going to be the most beautiful anywhere in the world.
And he goes on to say that East Wing, it looked like hell, he said. Here, play this clip.
And I built a lot of them. You know that. You know a lot of them. This will be one of the greatest ballrooms in the world.
There was a report that Melania didn't love this idea. Is that true?
She loved her little tiny office. But you know what? She's very smart. In about one day, if you would ask her now, she says it's great. But just so you understand, the East Wing sounds good, right? It sounds good. But the East Wing, that building was renovated 20 times, including adding a floor to the top, which was terrible. It was out of common brick, little tiny windows. It looked like hell. It had nothing to do with the original building. And I didn't want to sacrifice a great ballroom for an okay ballroom by leaving it right smack in the middle.
Then he attacks California Governor Gavin Newsom. He calls Newsom a horrible governor. Seems like you're pretty scared there, Donald. Here, play this clip.
His fire stuff is out of control. The forests are burning down all over the place. And honestly, I always liked him, but he's a horrible governor. He's a horrible governor. If he ran the country like that, we would have an absolutely gonzo country. This country would be gone. The fact is...
Then Donald Trump goes on to talk about how much he hates Snap. He's like, it's gone from 7 billion to many times 7 billion, and the number is way too high for what it should be. Here, play this clip.
System. Take a look at some of the welfare things that we're talking about. They've doubled, tripled, and quadrupled since I left office.
SNAP benefits have
well, SNAP has gone from like 7 billion to many times 7 billion. And, people keep talking about SNAP. But SNAP is supposed to be, if you're down and out, you really, really have. That's what the purpose of it. People are getting, they walk in and they get it automatically now. So the number is many times what it should be. It's disgraceful.
Can we change
You wouldn't have been able, I'll tell you what. This country would have been busted, 100% busted, within 5 months into a new administration I didn't win.
Can we reform SNAP and these benefits so they're used for the people who really need them?
It's meant for people. And you know what it does is it really puts the country at jeopardy. People that need it have to get it. I'm all for it. But people that are able-bodied can do a job. They leave their job because they figure they can pick this up. It's easier. That's not the purpose of it.
So then after trashing SNAP and saying that it's wasteful, he then says, Laura, you want to see this, Laura? Look at all the gold. Then he walks around, look at all there's gold everywhere. Look how rich I am. Look at all of the gold. While he's ripping away healthcare from over 20 million Americans, while he's saying that SNAP in general should go away, here's what he's doing in the Oval Office. Play this clip.
Another one thing with gold.
Why not
You can't imitate gold, real gold. There's no paint that imitates gold.
So these aren't like from Home Depot or something?
No, this is not Home Depot stuff.
No, not stuff you buy.
This is not Home Depot.
Well, next thing he's asked about is, doesn't it seem like we're too dependent on China based on the fact that they're able to not take in exports from our soybean farmers or just shut down the exports on their end to us of rare earth elements, REEs, and that could just destroy our economy? And Trump's like, no, what we're dependent on is having a smart president, me. We're not dependent on China. It's really ridiculous. Here, play this clip.
Within 10 minutes, I got a call. We'd like to meet. And we settled it out. And we made a wonderful deal, great deal for our country. But we made a great deal. We would have had a closed country. We would have had a depression. The whole world would have had a depression.
Doesn't it show us that we're too dependent on China? It's not just on rare earths, sir. We're dependent on them for still pharmaceuticals, still key industrial components. The Journal did a huge piece, and they're fairly pro-China, but a very
it's all
extensive
coming back,
piece.
Laura, because of tariffs. I'm charging them tariffs of 100% and 150% for pharmaceuticals. What's happening? The pharmaceutical companies are all back here building plants right now. That's part of the $20 trillion of money that's come in because of tariffs. And we're not dependent on China. We're dependent on having a smart president. If we have a smart president, we're going to have no trouble.
And Laura Ingraham says, well, what do you say to people who are anxious about the economy? And Donald Trump says those are all based on fake polls. Let's play it.
We're down on energy. We're down on interest rate. Interest rates are down despite the Fed. Now, if we had a normal person at the Fed, would have really low interest rates, and we will soon have that. We'll have somebody that's...
And why are people saying they're anxious about the economy? Why are they saying that?
I don't know that they are saying. I think polls are fake. We have the greatest economy we've ever had. We will have over $20 trillion come into our economy, and it's largely because of my election, but it's also largely because of tariffs.
Then he goes on to say affordability in general is a con job. And so even Laura Ingraham's like, so are you saying that voters misperceive how they feel because they're actually living in a golden age, but they don't realize it, so that's why they feel bad because it's a con job and that you've actually defeated inflation? Play this clip.
The economy was listed as a top concern. I know you know this, for voters in New Jersey, New York, Virginia. And I've been all over the affordability issue today and for the last several months. Eggs, gas, dinner costs for Thanksgiving way down. But other things, as you noted, have gone up. Beef, coffee,
but they're going to come
auto
down very
repairs.
shortly.
Is this a voter perception issue of the economy, or is there more that needs to be done by Republicans on Capitol Hill, or done in terms of policy?
More than anything else, it's a con job by the Democrats. They're saying, they just have to say, you know, they put out something, say today costs are up. They feed it to the anchors of ABC, CBS, and NBC, and a lot of other, and CNN, and et cetera. And it's like a standard. I'll never forget, they had used a word like manufactured. Do you remember the word manufactured? It's a manufactured economy. Nobody uses that word. Every anchor broke through manufactured. They do exactly what they say. It's such a rigged system. So are you ready? Costs are way down. Gasoline is going to be hitting $2 pretty soon, or around $2. Gasoline is at $2.70 now, and it was at $4.50 under Biden, under Sleepy Joe. When gasoline comes down, when energy comes down, and everybody agrees energy's down, we're drill, drill baby drill. We're going like wild.
Surgeon General was talking, did he?
So it has been just 48 hours since Republicans suffered pretty humiliating, crushing defeats in elections literally all across the country.
Ain't that the truth?
And when any White House experiences a humiliating defeat, and believe me, I've been part of those, the instinct is often, most of the time, to change the subject. I mean, roll out a new policy, hold a big event, make any announcement of any kind.
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about?
But apparently the announcement this White House settled on today didn't even really seem to keep the President of the United States awake.
Americans will lose 135 billion pounds by the midterms.
You don't say.
But I don't measure it in pounds. I measure it in saved lives.
He's sleeping.
People can sleep again because they can breathe as when they go to bed.
Oh, man, he really is sleeping. He looks so peaceful.
Folks whose knees don't hurt, people who don't have heart attacks, renal failure, dementia, all the things we know are associated with obesity and much more.
It's me. He's talking about me.
I'm sure you saw it. I mean, that was him in the White House today, basically appearing to nod off.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Well, his Surgeon General talked about, of all things, really, dementia, obesity, and sleep loss. I mean, it kind of feels a little too on the nose, doesn't it? Let's just go back for a second to what Dr. Oz was saying there before the president started to lose interest.
Mr. President, our estimate, based on the company numbers as well, is Americans will lose 135 billion pounds by the midterms.
Yes, you heard it. Dr. Oz is promising that Americans will lose 135 billion pounds by the midterms. Shit. That's a lot of pounds in a short period of time. Look, I'm not an expert on weight loss. I'm not even a mathematician. But I do know there are about 340 million people in the United States.
That's right.
So for this country to collect, of all things, I'm sure you saw it. I mean, that was him in the White House today, basically appearing to nod off.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Well, his Surgeon General talked about, of all things, really, dementia, obesity, and sleep loss. I mean, it kind of feels a little too on the nose, doesn't it? Let's just go back for a second to what Dr. Oz was saying there before the president started to lose interest.
Mr. President, our estimate, based on the company numbers as well, is Americans will lose 135 billion pounds by the midterms.
Yes, you heard it. Dr. Oz is promising that Americans will lose 135 billion pounds by the midterms. Shit. That's a lot of pounds in a short period of time. Look, I'm not an expert. 135 billion pounds by the midterms. Shit. That's a lot of pounds in a short period of time. Look, I'm not an expert on weight loss. I'm not even a mathematician. But I do pounds by the midterms. Shit. That's a lot of pounds in a short period of time. Look, I'm not an expert on weight loss. I'm not even a mathematician. But I do know there are about 340 million people in the United States. That's a lot of pounds in a short period of time. Look, I'm not an expert on weight loss. I'm not even a mathematician. But I do know there are about 340 million people in the United States. That's right. So for this country to collectively lose 135 billion pounds, that would mean that every American would have to lose an average of 397 pounds each. And that would be big news because it's basically impossible.
Yeah, while people out here are struggling to make ends meet, they're talking about weight loss. And then this dopey, well, sleepy, just gonna fall asleep while his Surgeon General is speaking. Man,
Trump fell asleep again. And this time it...
If I were him, I'd bundle my home and auto and pick up the real victory, savings.
Are you talking about bowling?
No.
Some huge news to go over today is the Pittsburgh Steelers have made a very sneaky signing. As not only did they make a very interesting signing, they made multiple moves, including getting rid of somebody that a lot of fans are very familiar with. We'll break down exactly what these moves are and discuss what they mean going forward as well as a bunch of other updates ahead of what's going to be a crucial week. But before we get into it all, folks, if you're part of the percentage who aren't subscribed to the channel, you guys have an absolute beast of the support. It truly means the world to me. And we're on the road to the big goal of 5,000 subscribers. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot to go over today. And obviously, Steelers, they are making a bunch of moves. Now, they're coming off a pretty brutal loss. All eyes are on Aaron Rodgers, how he's going to bounce back, Mike Tomlin, all these different things. But they have made a flurry of moves here, and let's start with a couple of interesting ones. Now, let's start with the one on Juan Thornhill. So first came out from Ian Rappaport, and we're going to break down one of their sneaky signings they made, but the Steelers have released veteran safety Juan Thornhill, per me, and Mike Garafolo, and he now heads to waivers for a fresh start. If he clears, he'll be a free agent. Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with Juan Thornhill. He actually has played there's a lot of teams out there. I think the Bengals are interested in him, and there's just a lot of teams out there that are interested in Juan Thornhill because of the fact that he has NFL experience. And we're going to dive into who they claimed in a minute here, but the original kind of consensus here is, of course, we know Juan Thornhill was a fairly experienced safety. Now, the Steelers have went with Jalen Ramsey at safety. They've went with a bunch of other guys. And Juan Thornhill hasn't gotten a ton of look this specific, obviously, this season. But he's only 30 years old. There's going to be some teams out there that are interested in Juan Thornhill. And obviously played this year for the Steelers 9 games. Previous years, obviously played with the Kansas City Chiefs, played with the Cleveland Browns. And he wasn't around the Steelers for a while, but he was around the team in general. He started 1 game for them this year. But this guy is a veteran, and he's someone that's had some decent years in Kansas City, had some okay years with the Cleveland Browns, and ultimately now he transitions to being a free agent once again, which is, it's a little bit interesting. Now, at the same time, you can see here, they claim defensive back Sebastian Castro off of the waivers from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, this one is also, this is the one I really like because, of course, Juan Thornhill, he's new to the Steelers. Of course, he was not really a huge acquisition, but he was someone who, again, Juan Thornhill was a starter at the NFL level for years, up until this year, really, when he hasn't really been starting. Sebastian Castro, this guy can play ball. And you can see here the Steelers claimed him off of waivers after he was released by the Bucs. He began the season on the Steelers practice squad, but was signed to the Buccaneers 53-man roster on September 30th. He went undrafted, but in college there he appeared in 53 games, started 32 of them, had a ton of tackles, and of course safety Juan Thornhill was acquired as an unrestricted free agent in the offseason, and Thornhill has played 96 games and started 75 of them. And you can get some of Juan Thornhill's stats down there at the bottom. Someone that has been around a while in the NFL, even though not for the Steelers. But again, when this move first happened, because of course they released Juan Thornhill because of Jalen Ramsey's move to free safety, people thought it was going to be to activate rookie Will Howard. And it wasn't. It was for the signing of Sebastian Castro. And Castro is interesting because you can see this here. He was at one point viewed as a top prospect at safety, went undrafted in April, and then went on a sign with the Steelers. Ultimately, he was taken by the Bucs and all these different things. With the depth chart at safety somewhat lacking behind Minkah Fitzpatrick, Deshaun Elliott, and Juan Thornhill, when he first joined the team, there was some thought he could have found his way. Now, of course, we know Minkah Fitzpatrick is way gone. But at the time, when way back then, they didn't have room for him. Now, they do have room for him. Now with Tampa Bay, in case you're curious with that, didn't really see much time. And clearly the Steelers are happy with Jalen Ramsey. They're happy with Kyle Duggar. And I think you have to be pretty ecstatic if you're the Steelers from what you've seen from Jalen Ramsey and what you've seen from, and hopefully no more injuries to anybody else, but injury with it and see what happens once, Jabril Peppers comes back. Ultimately, they have a ton of safeties, right? Chuck Clark, Jabril Peppers, Kyle Duggar, Jalen Ramsey. It's hard to find room for Juan Thornhill. I'm sure a lot of this comes down to Juan Thornhill wanting a fresh start as well. But Sebastian Castro, let him have some time. Let him have some time after you claim him off of waivers. Probably not in games yet, but special teams and things like that. A couple other things to go over today. Now, you can see here the Steelers may be getting some good news with the return of Joe Burrow and Cincy for potentially both Ravens games. So, in case you missed it, Joe Burrow is practicing now. His 21-day window has opened, and he's going to be looking to return again.
I turned into a pumpkin.
Bring all your
I love fish so much. What's the matter with you, boy? What's the matter with you, boy?
Just talking about the midnight. The one you never see before. He's called the Ripper. Or just a night shot. Tiptoe. Or just a shoot dead. Bring back.
Something happened to us on the way here 6 weeks ago. But I'll tell you something. We're here with y'all tonight. What do you say we have a rock and roll party? Now I know it's a Wednesday night, halfway through the week. Still got school, still got a job. You'll make it to Friday, but tonight, I want you to get crazy! Yeah, every time we come here from the very beginning, I do remember the Stanley Theater. Yeah. The Post-Gazette Pavilion, I remember them all. But tonight, I want you to be the loudest you have ever been. People over there, let me hear ya! People over there, let me hear ya! Wild animals, make some noise! That's what we're here for. We're here to have a good time tonight. I'll tell you something. Things have changed a little since the last time we were here. Tonight, you're looking at a band in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame! Now, just in case you didn't know, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame hates Kiss. But you know what? They had to listen to you! Thank you! So we got a lot of great stuff. We'll go all the way to the beginning, all the way forward from there. What do you say we do a little old school classic Kiss? All right, you should know this one. Hey, by the way, can you do me a favor? Let me see your hands! Here we go!
wanders on, and he still wanders on from days long since gone, and he still wanders on.
Make your browser fast. Make your browser safe. Make your browser Chrome. Choose Google Chrome for your computer.
Let's fuel up, Limu. Lots of people to tell about customizing and saving with Liberty Mutual. Oh, those are mine.
Jonas Brothers, greetings from your hometown tour. Kevin, Nick, and Joe, with special guest, the All-American Rejects, playing live across North America. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
So I finally went to Allstate.com. It was so easy to switch. My previous car insurance was hiking up our rates, and that's what brought me to Allstate. They gave me a quote in a few minutes, and I saved hundreds.
Lead
Let's talk murder.
We need to go face to face with the mob.
It's like The Godfather. I made him an offer he couldn't decline.
Okay.
Your father knows about saving money. Everything I'm wearing, I've had since boot camp.
And I just saved on my car insurance for driving safe with USAA.
Auto insurance that flexes with you.
Hate to fit.
That's what we're made for.
Barefoot children outside dancing on